So we're here for our, let's see if I get this just slightly more out of the camera. Is this out of the camera yet? Let's go a little bit closer. How do we do this? There we go. Okay. All right, let's go live. Live in 3. We're actually live right now, but we're going to be more live. We're going to have an even liver live. Live on multiple places. Saturday. Artists should be painting on a Saturday, right? All artists should paint on Saturdays. If you can't paint or sculpt on Saturday, when can you do it? All right, let's get my materials ready. Spray some vinegar around here so the cats don't get too crazy. So I do a vinegar citrus spray around my area so that the cats don't get too invasive. Because supposedly cats don't like vinegar and they don't like citrus. And they don't like to be sprayed with stuff. So, I just sprayed an area around and it keeps them away. You don't want your cats around you when you're oil painting. You don't want your cats around you when you're painting, period, because that means that they're going to track paint all over the place. Or any pet. I mean, humans can do this too. But I think cats are notorious for destruction, for their pure destructive ability. So let's go. We're gonna pop open our supplies here. Pretty standard. I mean, just having got a little process going on. Who's got a good Saturday going? Saturday is going great. Hope everyone has a wonderful Saturday, whether they get to create or not. And this live stream is being brought to you by me, by YouTube, Amazon, and we are broadcasting to the entire universe. So if anyone has a message they would like to say to the entire universe, please feel free to do so now. All right, let's go into here. We're going to darken some of these. Well, you want to darken that right now? No, we just want to make it feel a bit more natural, though. Let's make this feel a bit more natural. I'm going to grab a burnt sienna. I want to get like a natural, nice, dark, natural feeling space right here. So how do we do that? Let's go into here. Just want to tighten up this space here. And then we're going to go carry some of this shadow into here. And make this area nice and clean. Let's continue to grab our black here. So I'm using an ivory black for this section. Let's go capture some of these clouds here. Boom. Even out some of these designs here. And capture these clouds. We're going to be working on this painting for a little while. I don't know exactly how long, but we'll be working on it. And here we go, just building up some of these color zones. Let's go. Let's see, building up our color. Color, that's it. It's like coloring. Painting is just coloring for adults. You don't call it coloring only because it sounds childish, but it really is sometimes. You know, depending on your painting style, it can really feel like that. Like, you know, some people have a painting style where they pretty much just like, they sketch out the design and then you just color it in. It's like making your own coloring book. And that's painting pretty much. It's the way painting has been done for hundreds and hundreds of years. Literally since like the 1300s, they've used this method of just finding a subject, sketching it out, and then painting it in. It's coloring for adults. Maybe a little bit more than that, but not too much. Not too much. Let's go paint these, get these two boats here. Go like this. We did already bring in some color into here. Some of the reds. I thought I would add a little bit, but I don't want too much of the reds here. Maybe let's do like something just to give it a little bit of extra texture here. Some brushing techniques to get a little bit of extra texture onto the landscape here. Let's drop some of the paint down so that there's not too much other space around. And let's see. Let's mix a little bit of black into this area. This area of the clouds here. And let's go into this corner. We're also going to add some black into our clouds. And let's get a really nice dark blue here. I'm going to get a really nice dark blue. Create like a horizon, dark horizon color. So I'm going to get a nice dark horizon color here. So if I get this horizon is looking okay. I'm going to get a nice dark horizon color here. One thing great about painting landscapes is no one ever really, few people ever see exactly what you're going for as far as the final result goes. So you really have an opportunity with landscape to like just mess around and you know figure your own ideas out, explore, experiment, play. That's the beauty of painting landscapes. Is, you know, you can really make this as close or far from the reference as you really want. You know, when it comes to figure painting, there's always, oh, well, that doesn't look like a nose, or that doesn't look like an eye, or, you know, that person can't paint hands, or whatever, right? There's always that. But if you paint landscapes, it really does. I think landscapes really allow people to fully embrace their unique painting style. So Tommy Foolery, what's up, dude? I've been ignoring this chat for a few minutes. Let me get all my messages to show so nobody gets. Alaska, no. So this is actually, hey Kat. Oh, let me go ask. I think it was taken in Boston. Hey, the photos that you got for me, where were they taken? Where? So this is a nighttime scene of Lake Champlain. If you're not familiar with Lake Champlain, I believe Lake Champlain is in Vermont. Lake Champlain is one of the largest lakes that is not a Great Lake, I think. It just never made the cut. It just never made the cut, Lake Champlain. But it is a large lake. So here we go. We're just adding a nice little like shadow into this area here. Nice subtle disappearing space back there. All right. Let me lighten this blue up just a little bit. We're gonna lighten it up just a little bit. Bring in some of our gray. Let's try to pull in some gray here, like a blue gray. Oof. Let's get a blue gray going. And has anybody ever, so this is oil. Has anybody ever been to Lake Champlain or the Vermont? If you have, feel free to, there's a little shout out to those Vermonters or Lake Champlain visitors. I love Vermont. It's a beautiful, beautiful state. It really is. Vermont has so much charm to it. It really captures the you know, the northeastern, the Northeast. You know, it really does an amazing job of just capturing the beauty that is in the Northeast. There's a lot of beauty out there. Anyone ever has a chance to visit. Trying to find a nice dark color that's just slightly brighter than this. And I think this might do. Okay, this is good. This is a nice little transitional color here. And we're just going to put this. So yesterday I was like super loose with this. And today I'm just going a little bit deeper with my color. A little bit more specific with my colors here. I just want to, so this is really experimental for me. I never really thought of myself as a sky, as someone who paints skies and stuff. So I'm really excited to see how this turns out. I personally don't like painting clouds and stuff because to me, it's not as fun as painting, you know, it's just not as fun as painting people or objects. And there's so many little details that I feel like that could go wrong. So because I've felt this discomfort, right? I'm trying to push myself outside of my comfort zone and just forcing myself to paint something that I might feel uncomfortable painting. So this isn't I call this an experimental piece, but this is just me, you know, pushing myself beyond my comfort zone as far as painting goes. You know, I want to do something a little bit, I want to do something a little bit more challenging. Because when you're painting like skies and clouds, like, you know, there's some people that have systems. If you ever, one of the greatest cloud and sky painters, Mark Maggiore. Highly recommend checking out his social media if you want to see one of the greatest Western artists of our time and look at how they paint clouds. Mark Maggiore. I highly recommend seeing. I actually have some of his. I have one of his brushes. Well, I have his brush collection, but I also have this one special brush by him, the Mark Maggiore brush. This is the Mark Maggiore brush. It actually has a signature on it. Mark Maggiore by Rosemary & Co. I haven't really used it yet, but I should probably be using it for this. But I'm still working on the bigger details right now. So because of that, I haven't truly gone into working. I haven't really gotten into working the other space yet. So here we go. Let's actually mix some of this into here. And let's try to find a couple of shadows right down here. Yes, this is more of a challenge piece than a just for fun piece. I think it's important to have that, right? To give yourself some personal challenges as far as painting goes. See what you can do. But do I actually plan to paint skies on a regular basis? Probably not. Definitely not. I definitely do not see myself painting skies and clouds on a regular basis. But you never know. You never know. We'll see how much I enjoy this and what the results are. You know what? Yesterday I was looking at this and I was like, this is pretty ugly. But today, I'm looking at it and I'm really enjoying this process of building up, getting these colors built up bit by bit, piece by piece, color, section by section. Excuse me. And this one's got this one has some black in it, so we're gonna build this down, maybe add a little bit of shadow right down here, see where that gets us. And let's find some highlights now. Let's try to, actually, you know what? No, we're gonna add some more shadow into here. Bring in our shadow color. I didn't do this painting justice yesterday by, making all these little crazy marks. So we'll have to figure something out. Let's see where this goes. Maybe this painting takes me a century. I don't know. All right, let's, how much blue is still left on this brush? Could bring this blue in a little bit. All right, you know what? Let's start using the side of this brush and actually carving out some of our space here. So we're just gonna go like this. Just gonna use the side of this brush. I think if you really want to find your own style, and I'm just making this up right now, I haven't actually done research on it, but I would just take a guess. Out of all the things that you could paint, traditionally, you could paint yourself, you could do self-portraits, you could do portraits of other people, you could do still lifes, you could do landscapes. I think out of all the different styles or the things that you can paint, I have this theory that I just came up with, that if you want to paint landscapes, I think landscapes are probably one of the top things that really help you find a personal style, because not only are landscapes, can they be beautiful, but when people look at a landscape, you know, they're not really comparing. Usually, they're not comparing it to. They're not comparing it to something, right? You look at a portrait, and things can look really off in a portrait, and look really ugly in a portrait, and you know, things could look really off, and instantly people are like, oh, you know, it's easy to lose your motivation, right? It's easy to be like, oh, well, this doesn't look right, whatever, if you do portraits. But if you do like landscapes, I think with landscapes you have this opportunity to really express yourself. You never have to share the photo of your reference unless you're trying to learn something. When I was trying, you know, with my mentors, yes, they would always be like, hey, let me see your reference, show me what you're working with. Don't just, you know, try to show me this painting. Show me what you actually learned from, what you were actually trying to study. And they wouldn't let me get away with not showing my reference. So references are important. Using the right sources, right source material, using the right source material. All these things are really important, but at some level, it's also just as important to find an expression, find a way to express your ideas. And I think it is through landscape that you can really do that. Because anytime you see a person, like a portrait, you know what it's supposed to look like. You know what, you know, the human head looks like. If you're trying to share it with somebody, if you're trying to get feedback, you know, of course it's different if you like if you're painting a portrait, you know, you can get instant feedback, but maybe sometimes that's just not necessary. Maybe sometimes you just need to figure out your own personal expressions through whatever style. And I think painting in nature, in plein air, really helps you to do that. Does a really good job of allowing people to find their own personal methods and ways of doing things. So that's my thoughts on that. Let's see. Go gray here. Let's add a little bit of a gray cloud here. Another little gray triangle cloud. And I think we're really starting to create the form here. And let's just dab this along. We got some shapes here. This is a great brush for designing little clouds, by the way. This is a very good brush. All right, so right now we are gonna clean off this brush. We've given enough damage to this brush. Not real damage, just figurative damage. Actually, you know, what am I saying? I'm gonna use this brush for a different color. That's why. So what I want now, right now what I really want to do is I want to find like an off yellow color. So let me see, I'm gonna grab a yellow ochre. So what is a yellow ochre? Raise your hand by a show of hands. Who knows what a yellow ochre is? All right, everybody knows what it is. So yellow ochre is basically, ooh, this tube is done for. I should have thrown it away. So yellow ochre is like a brown yellow. It's like it's a brown yellow. Almost like a gold, but just a brown yellow, like a darker gold. It's a yellow brown. That's what I call it. It's a tan. Tan. You probably use it to paint leather colors, gold colors, various types of brown. That's a yellow ochre. So there are no styles. It's an establishment way to marginalize painters. Ooh, Omizu with the controversy. Uh-oh. Is Omizu challenging the status quo? Omizu seems like he's challenging the status quo. You know what I don't get? Why do kittens like playing with everything except for their toys? Like, you get kittens toys, you spend so much money on toys. But they only want to play with like everything except toys that you get for them. Someone explain this to me. They play with everything except for what you buy for them. That is why you do buy toys. Well, we have so many toys. I have like an entire budget. We probably got 50 toys in a little box over there, and they are not. They haven't played with a single one since we started putting it over there. Okay, so I'm trying to find a very light yellow, white. So let's go like this. All right, so let's see where we can actually bring in some of this white here. Let's bring in some of this white into our cloud cover here, and we're just gonna, no, it's too much yellow. No, it might be okay. This yellow might be okay. Let's get a little wispy. This is already turning out better than I expected, to be honest with everybody. I did not think that I would even get this far. I kind of thought like I would have finished yesterday and just been like, all right, that's it. I don't feel like painting clouds anymore. And maybe at some point I do quit this, but for now it's actually turning out pretty okay. Maybe I could be a cloud painter. So there's this funny story. I think it's how Jeff Bezos was able to get the CEO of like I don't remember which executive, but it was, or maybe it was Reed Hastings of Netflix. I don't remember which executive, but there's a story about one of the executives pulling the executive of like Coca-Cola or something, and they were like, when you're done selling flavored water, come work with me. And I just wonder, like, you know, do I want to paint clouds when I'm done painting fancy clouds? Will I go become the CEO of Amazon? No, just kidding. Just kidding, people. When I'm done painting fancy clouds, I could go do something. I could maybe save the world, or end hunger. End world hunger. Can artists end world hunger? Yes, they can. They believe it. So we're gonna go into here, and we're gonna go in with like a yellow here. And let's try to find a whiter version of this. So I want to get a little bit more white. Let's go red, blue, yellow. I'm going to gray this out a little bit. Let's go into here. This really is going to be the brightest section. By the way, if you can't see, why paint clouds when I could paint nothing? Why? So Omizu on my YouTube live stream says, why paint clouds when you can just paint nothing? Right. Why paint clouds? You can just paint nothing. I don't have to paint at all. Nobody needs to paint, right? That's the thing about art. No one needs, I mean, well, you know, that might be controversial, like when I say nobody needs to do art, but you know, some people do. I need to, I have to, I must. Like there's just this thing inside me that's like, hey, I have to go do this. I have to go paint. I must paint. But realistically, if I get beyond like, you know, the motivational talk, you know, realistically, I could, you know, do other stuff, right? But I do feel a deep need and necessity. I really do. I'm sure other artists get that as well. And let me see. So a lot of this is filled in our sky so far. I'm a little afraid to touch the waters. So I don't know how it's going to go. Why paint anything? So, by the way, people, yesterday my TV died. And which means I have nothing, literally nothing better to do than to paint or read in my own apartment. So this is an interesting time because I really get to see whether not having a TV makes me more productive of an artist. Because if I have nothing to do other than to paint or read, will I live stream more? I used to think previously, before my TV broke, I thought to myself, well, no, I need breaks. It's good to take breaks. You know, it's important to take breaks. Humans need breaks. But now, as I'm doing it, I'm like, you know what? I don't have a TV to watch. I probably don't need to take a break. I should just keep painting until my fingers fall off. So today will be an interesting paint day because I'll probably see how long I can actually go compared to other days when, you know, I end probably prematurely simply because I have other things to do. Other forms of entertainment. This is why I think no modern artist can even attempt to be, should even bother to, I'm not saying should bother to attempt, but like can possibly be as good as any of the old masters, and why it's almost like a futile activity, because the old masters, you know, 1500s, 1400s, they had no distractions other than to survive and do their paintings. As far compared to the distractions that they have today, right? Like, you know, sure, they might have had like a bathhouse to go to, or, you know, they had friends and wine and meetings with the king or queen of Italy or the emperor of Rome to decide what they're going to paint next. Like, yes, they had all that, but they definitely did not have the same level of distraction that they do today. And I think that it is of my belief that because of that, pretty much no artist today can possibly achieve that level. If anyone spends even like an hour a day doom scrolling or watching a TV, they can't become anything like an old master because it was a different time. And I'm not saying like you can't be good at painting. you can't make a painting as good as one of the old masters. I'm just saying that like the amount of time that they spent thinking about artwork compared to any artist possible today, unless they literally live in like, you know, under a rock. I just don't believe it's possible. But feel free to debate me. I'm open to, you know, people who disagree. In fact, I love people who disagree. If anyone wants to disagree, I love a good disagreement. You know, like I just love a good talk about different opinions. And yes, deep down, you know, sometimes it hurts when people disagree, right? Because they're challenging your ideas, your entire system of beliefs. But then I think it is a wonderful thing to be able to talk about your views. Anyway, let's go. That's a little too much white. It's a little too light. I need to gray it down a little bit. So let's go deep into this gray. Let's grab some more of this gray. Bring it in. Grab more of this gray. Bring it in here. I'm gonna find just the perfect amount of color to just start to blend our sections here. Maybe, you know, I use multiple colors to capture some of these ideas. We'll see. Just use multiple colors. This is way too bright. I don't know what to do with it. Or these colors are way too bright. But maybe that's okay. Maybe we'll keep it like that. No more maybes. Just yes. This is gonna be this like this. This is what we're doing here. But now I'm really realizing that like clouds are definitely something that if you're painting them, it probably works very well with oil paint because you know you just build layer by layer. So if you're like seeing all these clouds and it gets to become this overly complicated scene, you know, you see all these clouds coming together, and you're like, whoa, this is like totally overwhelming. I'm realizing that clouds, they probably don't have to be overwhelming. You know, you just build it up like you do anything else. But you know, the more you build up, the more you can add some details on top of another, and I think it's coming out okay. So it's not like, you know, the best cloud painting of the sky you've ever seen, but I think it's pretty good. I think it's different. Alright, so this is gonna come up here. Kitties, watch out! Psst, psst, go! Let me get some vinegar. Spread some vinegar around here. They're getting too close for comfort. I'm not spraying my cats. I'm just spraying the area around me with vinegar because they don't like vinegar, supposedly. It doesn't always work. Honestly, they sometimes, you know, totally ignore the fact that there's vinegar. So vinegar and I throw like a peel of orange peel in there. I don't know what that orange peel actually how effective it is. But I do notice that like when I spray it, they do tend to stay away a little bit. But good to use, you know, non-harmful ingredients, right? Use some good ingredients that won't hurt anybody, and that it cleans the surface, which is great. I think this is the best cloud so far, except for the fact that it's just like too bright still. So maybe I could reduce the brightness here, just dull it down just a little bit with my gray. Give it a little bit more roundness here. Some more details. Let's see what we can do about this section here. There we go. Into here. So we could probably bring this down just a little bit here. I don't want too much of this pink. I'm totally wrong. Omizu says I'm wrong. Challenge accepted. Debate. The debate is now on. I don't even know what I was saying that is totally wrong, but the debate is on. Let's go. Let's put on our debating hats. What? I'm wrong? How dare you call me wrong on my own live stream? What do you think this is, the Omizu show? You think this is your show? This is my show. Can you imagine a host of a show flipping out like that? That would be hilarious. I would actually laugh. All right. Let's keep painting. Let's just paint and not worry about stuff. Oh, so much detail still left to go. So much detail to go. Nope, can't go into there. I should bring some cloud formations into here. So let's bring some cloud formation into here. Some cloud formation right here. And then we can actually blend in some of this cloud formation right here. Let's go. Where can this go? We gotta get some more clouds right here. Let's go give a little field of clouds right here. It's coming along, actually. So Omizu says I'm seeing it through a 21st century lens. Okay. I'm open to having my view changed. Please do share. So yeah, I believe what we're arguing, the debate that's raging right now, raging on my YouTube channel, just absolutely filled with chaos and gavels and raging artists. I think my thesis, right, my idea was that it's impossible for a modern artist to attain the levels of the great masters of the Renaissance, 1400s, 1300s to, let's say, 1800s. And I say that my argument is that that's because they didn't have any distractions, or they probably had to, well, I guess, I'm talking artists that were working professionally. They had to worry about like you know, all sorts of diseases, sure, and had to worry about like, you know, the plague and things like that, but didn't have to like, they weren't distracted by social media. They weren't distracted by TikTok. They weren't distracted by TV. And I think this whole conversation, if we really think about it, came about because I said that my TV broke yesterday. And we're not gonna, I don't know. Will we buy a new one? I don't know. Nobody knows. But it makes me wonder if I will paint more simply because I don't have a TV. If TV was a potential cause of my reduction in painting. I have a theory that it did. And you know, anything as simple as just scrolling TikTok for like an hour a day is enough to prevent somebody from training as hard as some of the old masters did. Now I'm not like, now here's the other thing. No one needs to be an old masters. We've had the old masters. We don't need another 20th, 21st century old master. I mean, it's nice to have. I'm not saying we shouldn't ever have one. Just, I don't know. I'm rambling on, and honestly, I don't really agree with everything I'm saying. But, and do we really need more old masters? We need some new masters, right? We need some new masters of modern art. People that are going to take art into the next century with their ideas and their innovations, whatever those might be. We need some new masters, that's for sure. How are these clouds coming along? I don't know how I feel about it. Let's go get some of these colors in here. Let's go into here. We're going to go... I think this needs a hint of blue. Let's get a little hint of blue in here. Let's see how bright this is. That little section of white does not help. It's fine. We're just trying to find some of our blue reflective light in our water here. The water has these like Mizu has taken a time version of this argument that none of it matters because none of us live in that time anyway. Okay. So basically everything I'm saying is pointless. Are you saying that my words don't matter? How dare you? How dare you? Ah. I'm a fire-breathing dragon. Ha. Am I too weird for Amazon Live? I feel like Amazon Live is for people that are supposed to be like professional, you know, pitch men and women or other. Right? Like you're supposed to be a professional, you're supposed to dress nice, wear a suit, you know, kind of like have your own QVC channel. Whereas YouTube, I could just be myself. But I don't know. I don't know if I'll find out. I'm still experimenting with Amazon Live. Still trying to figure things out on Amazon Live. One thing is for sure, let's try to figure out some of these little landscape areas. We're gonna have a little piece there, and then Kitty, what are you doing down there, Kitty? Be nice. Be nice to the kittens, huh? You like them? Well, I gotta have a moment with my cat to see. Scout, do you like the new kittens that we're taking care of? What's that? Talk to me, man. Let's have a chat. Why are you ignoring me? Why you gotta ignore me, bud? Are you too cool? You're too cool now that you're 1 year old? You're too cool for attention, huh? Sometimes my cats, they act like they're too cool to be picked up. Is that how kids are? Anybody have kids? I guess that must be what it's like, huh? One day your kids are happy and all playful, and then the next they're like, you know what? I don't need a piggyback ride no more. We'd have to set particular parameters and definitions to make this somewhat a relevant debate. All right. But I think, like, let's bring an old. So I think time travel. Let's use time travel as a parameter. If a old master was to travel to today's time, would they be able to outpaint any modern artist? Would they be able to paint better than any individual modern artist? I think so. As far as the classical is concerned, right? As far as classical, Renaissance art is concerned. And thankfully, I just want to say this. I want to say thankfully we don't live in the Renaissance. Thankfully we can express ourselves. Thankfully we're allowed to share opinions now. Thankfully we don't have to worry about being executed by the the ruling lord of our village. If you live in the United States of America, if you live in the United States of America, you don't really have to worry about that stuff in most cases. Thankfully we don't have to worry about that stuff. But Fern, you gonna play with them or what? Are you gonna go hang out, or are you just gonna act all elusive here? Let's go up next to these boats right here, and we're gonna have a little bit of an ocean look right there. And how's this coming along? All right. Constantly checking my own progress here. Let's reduce the size of these clouds a little bit. But before we do that, let's see what color we have on this brush. We have like this blue here. So let's go in here. And then we're gonna go into here. Like, what constitute an old master? That's a good question. What constitute an old master? I don't have it. Let me think. What constitutes an old master as I'm trying to paint? An old master. Any master before, anyone considered a master artist before 1800. 1700. Very good question, though. I like where your thought is at. See where you're trying to go, right? I get what you're saying. I guess my argument ultimately is the fact that, you know, most people, and I don't blame them, most artists, even like full-time artists, can't commit the same amount of attention to painting as any of the old artists, older masters. All right, little kitty. He looked up at me, which means I have to pick him up now. What's up, buddy? Hello. $1,800, $1,700, I think. I would say 1,700. Yes. Bobo Go on my Amazon live stream says 1,700. Is he peeping or? These little paws. Look at these little paws. Mr. Orange Cat here. Did you just see that? He just tried to make a sound, but nothing came out. Are you gonna meow or what? Are you gonna meow? Are you gonna make a sound, or do you think I'm just gonna put you down just because you open your mouth? Yes, I'm gonna put you down just because you opened your mouth. Oop, there you go. Here, how about this? Right here, bud. Right here, little buddy. You take this spot right here. You know what? I'll take that back, because like maybe an old master didn't have Instagram and TikTok, but they probably had cats. An old master with a cat could probably be just as distracted as a modern master with TikTok. So we have just totally derailed my entire theory there, all because of cats. That's all you needed to say, Omizu. You didn't have to get all scientific on me. You didn't have to use logic and evidence and rationale. You just had to bring up the obvious that, you know, any old master could have been totally distracted by cats, and, you know, therefore therefore it doesn't even matter. Right? It doesn't even matter whether they had TikTok or not. because the cat would totally claim the attention. So those of you that joined on Amazon, thank you for the likes. Helps to support this channel. Even if you don't like any of the supplies that we've shared on this live stream. You know, the thing is about live streaming artwork is I think it's really hard to just like talk about every single product because I have all these paints. I have paints that I used early. I have paints that I use for the beginning of a painting. I have paints that I use for the end of a painting. I have paints that, you know, I just have around and I just need to get rid of. And I have paints that, different versions of white that I use at different times. I have some very unique colors and then some colors that just, you know, that are just whatever. So there's all these different possibilities and combinations that they're just there. They're combinations and stuff, you know? Just combinations. Combination. All right, let's go. How do you view on it? Catch Trump. So I think if you just look me up on Amazon, you know, that's a really good question. How do you find this live stream on Amazon Live? That's a really good question. I don't know. I think Hazak Creative live stream. I haven't really tested it out. I'd really. Excuse me. I think it would be a good idea to figure this out, just so I know for future reference. But I think it's you know, you just kind of go on Amazon and then look up Hazak Creative. I wonder if you could even find me on like Amazon Prime, or while you're like watching Amazon Prime shows, and maybe I just like pop up. I think that's how it happens. I think that's how you get discovered by Amazon. The algorithm, the algo. The kitty is wondering, and I'm concerned because. All right, let's find a gray now. I'll find a nice dark gray. How many values lighter is that gray? The values here are much lighter, so let's go. That's a little bit too bright, but we can probably bring that into this section here. So let's go around here, and we're just going to add a little bit right there. Let's go right into here. And let's get this gray, continue this gray. This gray ocean. Tried that, nothing came up. Yeah, okay, well, yeah, so people of Amazon, how do you find this live stream? I don't know. Let me see, let me do this again. Let me see how I can, how do you even find someone's live stream on Amazon Prime? Or Amazon Live, let me check this out. Share my Amazon Live. Like, it would be able to know, it would be nice to know how you find it organically. Like, I know how I can share it. So I know how I could share my live stream. But I don't know how to. I'll go to my YouTube. I'm gonna go view my channel. And then, so this is the actual link. Oh, maybe because it's under a different name. It's under my entertainment brand name. Let me see, Amazon. Oh yeah, here we go. So on Amazon, there's this part called live streams. See that? It says live streams right there, the second live streams. I think you can go on there. Maybe you could find me on there. Saturday night paint time. Oh yeah. So if you go on Amazon live streams, there I am. But that's probably obviously because I'm already here. This is my live stream, is right there. But you could actually type in the name up here if you search videos and creators at the top. You type in Huzzah Creative. It says I earn commissions, which is great. You could watch in the Amazon app. Am I the only person streaming right now? I feel like a lot of people just restream from different days. Am I the only person that's totally live right now on Amazon Prime, or are people just not showing me? See, here's the thing about the internet. Let's actually talk like, I think it's important for artists to not just talk about painting. At least, if you're going to live stream, like there's this whole marketing element of it too. And I'm not an expert on Amazon Live by any means, or YouTube, but I think, I think that there's a lot of like, now gaming is a totally saturated live stream format. Gaming is. But I think that live streaming artwork is still one of the most wide open possibilities for any artist. And especially if you're the type of artist that can like paint the same exact thing week after week, month after month. And when I say that, I don't mean like the same exact thing, like a circle, right? You paint the same circle every week. I mean like if you could find a niche, one specific niche that, like say landscapes or portraits or animals or cartoon characters, or, if you just do the same thing and you get known by it. I think there's a whole world of possibilities for the live streaming artist. That gaming is totally saturated. Product reviews are pretty saturated. I don't know, like there's a lot of things that are saturated, but as far as art is concerned, there's still a lot of space. So if you are an artist, this is one of those messages. Maybe this is a sign for you to go start your painting live stream. Why not? What's stopping you? What is holding anybody back? Nothing. Yourself. Your own. Yourself. Only person holding you back. And here's, by the way, some more art talk. Like, and I usually base these conversations off of what I read on like Reddit and TikTok and Threads, and lots and so many artists are like struggling and upset that they have to post on social media, and I get it, sort of. Like, I love posting on social media. I love sharing what my work is about. I love, staying connected with subscribers and friends and, people that have purchased my artwork. I love that. It's great. It's amazing. It's like, I think it's like the most wonderful invention. Social media is like the greatest thing ever invented for artists. And I only kind of understand people who don't like it. Because it's, you have to know a lot. You have to learn. It's a tool that you have to learn. But as far as what I was saying earlier, like, live streaming is so wide open for good artists. People that, is it under live TV? Maybe it might be under live TV, but well, like, if you go onto Amazon, as I showed you, and it shows live streams. I think if you go under live streams and you look up the creator names, I think you could find me. I think I should be on there. If I'm not, well, Amazon just doesn't trust me yet enough to share my art, which is fine, whatever. I get it. I'm a new streamer on Amazon. I'm the new kid on block. By the way, you want to know how ruthless some producers are? And I'm not talking like successful producers. I'm talking like producers that you've never heard of. When I first moved to Los Angeles, I was just, trying to network and meet with anybody. And I was doing a Instagram page. So I had this Instagram page where all I did, and I did this for free, by the way. So I would message artists and I would give them like a free promo. I would write something really nice about them and promote the post on Instagram. This was experimental. And I contacted this one group, and they were supposedly some sort of agency or something. And they're like, you need to stop. This is our territory. And I was just blown away. I was like, really? Like, doing these posts is your territory? What do you mean? I think something else might have been going on or like whatever, but for whatever reason, they were upset at me for making helpful posts about other artists. And I don't know. I don't know. I can't remember the exact situation, but they basically threatened me. And, not like life or death or anything. Like, I don't know what they would have done if I just like kept going, but it was really interesting to think. When I do these live streams, I sometimes think about that. I'm like, what if there's this person who thinks like I'm moving in on their territory, which I don't think most artists have to worry about that. I didn't report it or anything because they didn't really like threaten me with anything significant. I don't even know what they were going on about, but yeah, it was a little ridiculous. When I first moved to Los Angeles and I was just trying to network with people, these people were like, no, don't keep doing that. That's our territory. And honestly, I was on my way out from that project of just like doing these like free promos of other artists. So I was on my way out because it's just a lot of work to do stuff for free, especially if you're a good writer and marketer. I won't do that for free. But the fact that anybody threatened me. It's at a coffee shop. It was really weird. It was the really weird situation. These were like two grown-ass adults. They met me in this area called Brentwood, which is supposedly like a really nice, it's where a lot of celebrities in California lived. We were just in a coffee shop. And they're like, what do you do? And I was like, oh, well, I just take artists and I write them free promos. They're like, I don't know. I can't remember the exact conversation. They're just so shocking. Hey, all right, where's this painting going? I have so much going on. I need to like focus on a couple main ideas. I don't even know why I'm remembering this. It was just such a weird moment. And I think I've just mostly put it away in my memory until just now as we're talking about all this. I'm not trying to scare anyone, by the way. This is something, I think only one out of every like 500 people that has tried something like that has ever had to deal with this. What a weird couple though, right? Honestly, I can't really even remember who they were. I think I know, like, I'm still connected with the lady, the woman of the group on like LinkedIn, but I'm not actually even sure if it's her. That is some weird, bizarre stuff. That is a weird story from my early days in Los Angeles. All right. So enough about that. Let's try to find some. Let's try to get more positivity. Absurd time in Los Angeles. All right. How do we do this? Clouds are so complicated. My goodness. Let's go down here. We're gonna smoke this. Get this a little bit less. Get this a little bit smoky with our gray. Give it a little bit of a smoky color with our gray here. All right, let's try to find some bright colors now. Let's go with a hint of this pink. A hint of pink here. We're going to come around like this. And I don't know if Omizu, if you're able to find it. Let's go. Oh, I keep saying to myself in my head, I haven't said it out loud yet. I keep saying in my head, oh, let me just paint one section at a time. Let me just finish one section at a time. That's it. Let me just finish one section at a time. And I keep stopping myself from doing it. Just drinking a ginger ale. Good old Canada Dry ginger ale. Gave up? All right, that's cool. Thank you for trying. Thank you for making the effort to try. All right, and then we can actually lighten up some of these darker clouds a little bit. I want to make them nice and wispy. So I'm just going to blend this section instead of really coming together. I think this blue section needs a lot of work. I need to thin it out. Let me see. I can actually use this cloud coloring, this little cloud color to bring it out a little bit. So we're gonna go, let's bring it out just a little bit further here. It's all right. We got the Amazon. I mean, we got the YouTube. We got the tube. Just know that there are opportunities.
I'm getting ready to go.
All right.
No, it's good.
Why do you say it like that?
What do you mean?
Where you said it was like there's a little bit of a
hesitation?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know what adjective I was going to use.
Oh, okay.
I mean, good is solutionary.
Like it sounded like you wanted to stop yourself.
Really?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay. Good.
Too much into things. No, it looks nice.
Good photo. Good photo reference. All right, you know what we need more of? We need our black again. Where do we find our ivory black? Here we go. Let's pull out some tools here. So this is a tool you can either use for the big tubes or small tubes. So what we're going to do here, you know what? I think sometimes you have to put a little bit of work just to get the paint, the tube kind of flattened. Sometimes tubes can get a little rough. You want to push as much up to the top as you can, and then once you get it somewhat evened out. It's a little harder with these bigger tubes. With the smaller tubes, you can make it work, and then you just pull this in, get a nice grip. You don't need to grip it too hard, and just squeeze it, and you can get all that extra little bit of paint out of your tube just from this one little action. Okay, let's see. We're gonna come here. We got this. Let's try to find. Like that. We're gonna find just a little section right here that's gonna come up and around. And I was saying earlier how I wonder if I could paint longer now if I don't have TV. And I want to say I'm already getting kind of getting decision fatigue. I like to call it decision fatigue. Because when you're painting, it's a constant effort of making decisions, right? What color do I paint this? What section should I work on next? And, you can have a process. And the process can be very helpful. But no matter what, it can be really, painting can be a mentally tiring thing. Because you got to think, you know, you gotta think about what you're doing. You got to plan. You got to do color math. All these things. She's saying she's hungry.
Yes.
Let's tighten this little section up here. So we're just going to tighten this section up right here.
Where's the other baby?
I'm going to tighten it up because yesterday I was trying to get too loose with it. I was trying to get too cutesy with it. And cutesy's okay, but that's not what that wasn't my initial intention. When I started this painting. And sometimes, you know, I kind of like move away from the original intent. I can move away pretty quickly because I'm just like, I want to like, you know, I want to make this more fun, more exciting. But I like doing challenge paintings too. And this is one of those challenge paintings where it's exactly as it sounds. It's a personal challenge as far as the painting goes. It's not. I want to challenge myself and push myself to make a painting featuring clouds, maybe, you know, realistic water. And not only that, but this is all in with very high contrast ground scene, the black, with, you know, very bright skies and bright and colorful skies. So that's the goal, is to just do this challenge. Painting clouds. Not something I do regularly. The water's actually coming together pretty nicely. There's still too much color variety across the water, which I think is creating some issues. Let me see how I can start to tighten this up. I'm gonna go for some of this blue again. Let's go find this dark blue. This dark navy blue. Dark ultramarine blue. So maybe a little bit of cerulean. Let's try to get into here. Almost match that color. Let's go, we're gonna bring this little corner up a little bit further. And let's go. Get nice and dark into this section here. Go like this, bring this down. And I almost regret making all these like fancy brush strokes, because now I have to cover over them, and that's turning to be a challenge here. Let's just paint over them nice and deep, not trying to play around too much with the color. Let's just get the nice flat color across. It's weird not having a TV, because honestly, I'm sitting here and I'm like, what am I going to do without TV? Am I really able to just keep painting and painting for hours nonstop? I don't know. I mean, I've done it before. When I paint plein air, when I'm outdoors painting, I can go for probably about 4 hours max. 4 hours max. I also usually don't paint plein air. Like, I usually paint plein air on an empty stomach, which is not good, but I usually, go early in the mornings. I have an empty stomach. And, I just work. And somehow I make it through, and it just all works out. Are these blacks working? So my brush, I'm trying to work like the darker areas of the clouds, and I've used a lot of black and paint on this. I'm just not sure if it's working. There's too much detail. How do you focus? How do you focus in on the most important details here? Let's see here. We're gonna come around. I think the interesting thing about clouds is that you can think, and I'm making this up right now just based on observation. I don't paint clouds regularly, but thinking of clouds as like spheres, and they're like oddly shaped spheres, right? Like if you ever study a sphere, let's just take a fist as a sphere. Right, you know that there's like that light goes around the sphere in a certain way. You can see a little bit of shadow here, and then the highlight right here, because that's where the light is directly. Like if this was just a flat surface, it would all be like the same shade, right? But because it's not a flat surface, you can actually see really dark shadow right here because there's no light hitting on the back. And then you can also see like, the highlight right here. You see the highlights right here. And just imagine my fist is a sphere, and it's a little lighter right here. It goes a little darker right there, but as I rotate it, that light starts to reflect on it. So just thinking of it as a sphere, and right now I'm thinking, if you think of clouds, they're just big, floaty balls, like, fluffy balls. And every single one of those balls, I mean, depending on where the sun is at that time, the sun is going to reflect on those spheres from a certain angle, all of them at the same time, pretty much. So now that I'm thinking of this, I'm like, all right, so every center part of every single one of these has to be darker than the outer part. I think as far as the science goes, that's really just how I'm thinking of it. Now, and the other problem, the other challenge is, I don't have a system for painting clouds. I know there's some amazingly talented artists who paint the most remarkable clouds you would ever see, like even hyper realism clouds that are better than any clouds you could even see in real life. I've witnessed that. I think a great artist that shines by that example is Mark Maggiore. I've mentioned his name many times during these live streams, but does he paint some dang good clouds? Yes, he paints some amazing clouds. And I just gotta like, this is gonna come a little further. We're gonna bring this little cloud section right here a little bit further up. Let's see, let's go like some darker shades out into here. All right, let's go a little bit lighter on the gray. I'm gonna pick up this gray here. Let's just lighten this area up. So we're gonna go like this. Michael Wilbur. Sorry. Michael Wilbur's late for class. Yes, Michael Wilbur. Please explain to the class why you were late to this live stream. And it better be good this time. It better be good this time, or else I'm going to have to tell somebody. I'm going to have to tell somebody about your tardiness. Orbit says, follow the light. If you want motion in the clouds, it had to come from the edge of the painting. Yeah. I'm liking it. I think it's okay. So Michael, if you haven't been here, I was saying earlier how my TV, our TV, Kat's TV was her TV originally. I never technically had any ownership of it. So Kat's TV, but I used it a lot, broke. Some kind of surge, and then we heard a pop, and the TV just shut off, and then everything else was working except the TV. So right now I'm without a TV, which means I have nothing to do after this live stream. I can't just go take a break and watch TV. So right now this is an experimental live stream to see how long I could paint for. You know, just if Kat says I'd better still be painting when she gets home. Yes. See, isn't it nice to have that kind of motivation in your life? We all need that kind of motivation in life. If you don't succeed, then you fail. Trying to cover up all these like little extra fancy marks that I made. Brrrah. So my cat said. She said brrrah. Pookie, did you just say brrrah?
76 degrees Fahrenheit. Tonight, expect a low of 59 degrees.
What are you doing, Pookie? Yeah? What? What are you grunting about? Be nice to him. Pookie, be nice to the kitten, okay?
They don't want to be.
Look at her.
You're gonna swat? You're gonna swat?
You want to watch this drama unfold? Can't really see from that angle. Not that angle either. Huh. I guess you're not going to be able to see. Let's see. Pookie. Don't you swat it yet, Pook. Be nice, girl. Bad Pookie, bad Pookie. No swatting the kitty. Alright? Good girl. I'm watching you. Keep an eye on you. And be nice to him or what? All right. I just had to make sure that my younger cat, adult cat, wasn't mean to our kitten. Sometimes they can be. Sometimes they can be. Sometimes they can be little jerks. Yes, that's right. Yes, I called my cat jerk. No. Yeah. Where'd she go? Oh, these clouds. Let's go. Oh, battery power low. Here you go. Let's plug this baby in. So there's this section right here that I'm stuck on. So there's so much that needs to go in here. I just don't know what to do.
It's 6:26 p.m.
I'm gonna leave in a moment.
All right.
Yeah, I didn't take the meat out of the oven.
Oh, do you turn it off?
No, should I?
Can you just take a peek at it before you leave?
Yeah.
Just see how it looks.
Is it in foil?
Yeah.
How am I supposed to look at it?
Just unravel it a little bit.
I don't know. Can you see it? It's okay. Doesn't it look okay? Okay, bye.
Later, babe.
You gonna kiss me?
I did. We just did.
I know, you did.
Huh?
That's right. I just want more. Kiss me.
All
Awesome.
right.
Bye.
Gotcha.
Kiss me.
Catch you on the way in.
Okay. Sorry, I'm discombobulated.
All right. Discombobulated.
I just woke up.
It's all good. Yes. Just let's go. Let's go paint. All right. Here we go. We're coming to here. So here's a problem. This wasn't an issue before, but now like this light from this corner is kind of starting to affect this section right now. So I'm having a hard time seeing into this area in here. Okay. I guess if I really wanted to, I feel like I could possibly, go like the surreal route. If this painting doesn't work out, if I'm not really able to if I lose the patience for it, I'm trying to think of an out, I'm already planning my escape out of this painting. Because again, I'm not the biggest fan of painting clouds. And I'm trying to figure out where can I go? What path can I take if I want to, do something else with this painting? Already planning my escape, plotting my escape here. Is that bad? I'm already planning to fail. Let's see. Here we go. We're gonna go. That's that cloud, and we got another flat cloud right here. Let's find that purple. That's fine. This yellow ochre color we got right now. It needs to be like a smoky cloud color. So let's see, where can we get one? We're gonna get one right into here. Get this right there. And then let's get a little bit of some of this right here. This big open space is bothering me a little bit. It just doesn't feel natural. And maybe it shouldn't feel natural. Maybe it shouldn't feel natural. Maybe it doesn't need to feel natural. Or just like, I don't know, the painting just feels like an abstract swirl of colors. But it's not a bad thing, you know, necessarily. It just, do I like where it's at? I don't know. All right. Let's go. Right over there. Inaya Shakera. Thank you. Looks beautiful so far. Oh, well, thank you so much. Yes. By the way, this is a great book I want to talk about right now because I keep saying all these things that artists probably think, but you probably really shouldn't be saying to yourself because it could be, you know, if you're not like careful. So like, you know, I built my live stream around this idea that, you know, I share, you know, some of my thoughts, negative, positive, whatever challenges I feel like I'm having. And I can overshare, but a lot of these thoughts that I share aren't always the best for artists to have. And here's what I mean by that. So let me share this book that I reviewed the other day. I want to bring out this chapter in the book, and I think it's really important as far as creative mindset goes. So here's the book. I think this idea is really important. So this book is Keys to Drawing by Bert Dodson. And there's this great chapter. It's a great drawing book, by the way. But in chapter 1, he talks about internal dialogue. And I'm just going to read a quick thing. So there's a difference between so he basically says the dialogue that you have with yourself will either help or hinder your ability to draw, depending on which of two basic types it is. And I think although he talks about drawing, this is relevant to painting as well. So critical dialogue. That arm doesn't look right. The foot couldn't possibly turn that way. I never draw the legs right. Why do I have so much trouble drawing faces? So that's critical dialogue. Practical dialogue. What does that shape look like? Is that shoulder line horizontal or slightly tilted? Is the distance from knee to foot greater or less than the distance from knee to waist? How bumpy is that contour? So, you know, he talks about this idea in this book that's really helpful. Is, you know, all of this internal dialogue that you have, you really have to be conscious of it, right? Because if I'm constantly like, oh, this cloud looks ugly, or, you know, this cloud doesn't look right, this color doesn't look right, why is it like, there's no way that this is supposed to look like that. This is, you know, so I think I share a little bit as far as, you know, creatively speaking. I think I share too much critical dialogue, my own critical dialogue, but when I share it, you know, I think I share it with the realization that it's not good for you, and you know, I share it because of the live stream. You know, I like to share these thoughts. But at the end of the day, I do realize that it's not good. And you know, also I'm constantly in my head like, oh well, like how do I make this look better? Maybe I got to share less of the critical dialogue and more of the practical dialogue. That would be a good exercise for myself, right? I probably don't share enough of the practical dialogue, but you know, we're all human, right? The natural thing is to have critical dialogue. This cloud doesn't look right. I don't know how I'm going to make this look better. You know, I'm not sure if this is going to work. Let's hope this works. You know, like things like that. And I know I am very guilty of sharing very critical dialogue. But I just want to share this message now that you constantly have to be aware. Like I'm aware because I share it so publicly, right? I'm aware of these thoughts because I voice them. But as part of this, this live stream goes in order to like possibly help other artists. But ultimately, I'm a big believer. I very much agree with Bert Dodson on his idea about focusing on your practical dialogue of like, how to improve, how to fix, how to make it look better, as opposed to being critical of everything. And, now that I'm talking about it, I think it's really important. Really good book, by the way, if you want to learn how to draw. So coming from someone who does live stream sketches is so helpful. So Inaya Shakira does live stream sketches. Fantastic. Look at this wonderful art community developing right before our very eyes. So Inaya Shakira. Let's go look at Inaya's channel. Let's see here. Well, I don't know. You know what? I'm happy to plug your channel, but only if you're over the age of... Well, I guess it's too late. I already said... If you're over the age of 18, I'm happy to plug your channel in here. You just got to let me know. Let me know if it's okay to show your channel live. Okay. So, Inaya is over the age of 18, which means we could share their channel live. Let's do it. Let's go find... We're going to pull up my live stream. Gonna tap go to channel. Let's go to Inaya Shakira's channel. All right, cool. Look at all this amazing pencil art. Okay, got going with the Statlers. Very, very wonderful. Look at that. So you get live stream sketches, of course, with the dark shadows and really teaching how to. Really explaining. Oh, I think that's a lesson of how not to draw or something. I can't tell how this is being drawn though. Is it like an overlay, or are you just messing around? Can't really tell exactly. But very cool. All right. Sketchbook. We all need good sketch lessons. What's this? It's an advertisement. So that's Inaya's channel. Let's go see the last live. All right, so she does tutorials. Fantastic. So Inaya does tutorials, which is awesome. Tutorials are always very helpful. So drawing cute eyes. There we go. Cute eyes. If you want to know how to draw cute eyes. There you go. And that's done live stream. Very nice. And of course, K-pop Demon Hunters. Look at that. So if you are interested in K-pop Demon Hunters, various characters, Rumi from Huntrix, Labubu. Labubu, the monster. That's been very popular lately. Pop icons. There you go. There is your next channel to view. Good all you have to do is tap her name on this live stream and just go to channel, view channel, right? I think go to check channel or something. But let's keep going with the painting here. There is one thing that's awesome. Oh wait, did we subscribe? I don't know if we subscribed. Hold on, let's see. Did we subscribe? Yes or no? There we go. We just subscribed. Everybody can subscribe to Inaya Shakira. There. All right. Breathe in, breathe out. So I don't know if anybody was here for the original, but this painting was originally very, very different. This is a paint over, which means that it was a wild and crazy painting before this. Much wilder and crazy painting than it is now. Where's my brush? Oh yeah, here we go. I'm gonna grab this brush. I'm gonna play with these highlights here. Let's try to find right here. And that's great though, because it's great to have a channel that you know exactly where you're going to get. Like, Inaya's channel, you know exactly that when you go there, you're going to get drawings and sketches. It's great to like build a brand like that. Just talking, personal, just talking about like streaming in general. Whereas here, you don't exactly always know what to expect. It could be you're in for a wild ride. A wild and crazy wacky ride here. All right. So we had a nice little visit from Inaya Shakira. And if anybody else, by the way, I try to say this as often as I can, but anybody who paints or draws or whatever, or heck, let's say you have like a product and you just want to plug it here, go for it. But anybody who if you're an artist and you're watching this, feel free to plug your own stuff. I don't know why, but the internet has like made it so people on the internet have made it very difficult to like, get your work out there. It shouldn't be that hard. But like Reddit, people complain about the Instagram algorithm. People complain about the YouTube algorithm, like, oh, like this stuff's not putting me out there. Why am I only getting 100 views? Why do I only get 1,000 views? But here's the funny thing, like Reddit is people, literally like people, not bots, not an algorithm. It's just people banning you for sharing anything remotely that might even remotely benefit you off of the live stream. I think that's crazy. But no one ever says anything. Like, it's okay. It's not okay for an algorithm to not push you out automatically to millions of people, but it is okay for a random person to anonymously ban you from a group, all because you shared your social media handle. Like, people's priorities. My goodness, where's people's priorities at? People need better priorities. There should be a boycott of Reddit by artists. Because here's the thing, by the way. So Reddit admins, the people that, that are the administrators, they actually make money. They make money. They earn income from ads and stuff. And they probably get paid by people to promote their page or whatever. They're just these people that just make money off of your content that you give to them for free. No different than any of the big social media platforms. Except the social media platforms don't really block you unless you do something totally like horrible. I have a grudge with Reddit. I think they are horrible people. Some of them, not all of them, but I don't actually think they're horrible. But just, you know, what they do. I'm exaggerating. I'm upset because I shared a couple of my YouTube videos and I got banned from a bunch of groups. That's what I'm really, really raging about right now. So, the truth comes out. Okay, let's keep going. We're gonna go paint here. Go like that. What am I avoiding? Whenever I paint, I gotta ask myself, like, you know, what is the thing that I'm avoiding the most? Sometimes that will give me my answer of what I need to paint or spend my time on. And let's go into here. We're gonna come around like this. Streamer drama. I bring a lot of streamer drama into my live streams. But here's the other thing. Yeah, I got permanently banned. But here's the other thing, my grudge with Reddit though, is there's these rules where if you're famous, you're allowed to post about yourself. They're afraid to they're afraid to ban anybody that's actually famous. But if you're not famous, if you're not cool enough, they won't do anything. You know, they will totally block your channel. So it's kind of annoying, right? Like, the mods are like the ultimate suck-ups. Supposedly. So, you know, some channels, I think the rules are that if you're famous, if you have like a really, really high, you know, priority channel or whatever, it'll allow you to post a YouTube video. But, you know, I'm going to make that my plan. What if I made that? So Reddit TOS, not really, but certain groups, they have rules. But I think it's, but again, you know, I know, follow the rules, whatever. Like, I agree, right? You gotta have rules, you gotta do those things. It's not in Reddit's TOS. But here's the thing, every single one of those administrators is making money. And my whole gripe here is that people complain about not getting views on Instagram, not getting views on YouTube. And they're like, we should, you know, what's with this thing? Yet on Reddit, there are people blocking you, banning you just for posting your social media. And I think it's ridiculous. And if I could make an art piece influential enough to stick it to Reddit moderators and their administrators, I would. That might have to be my life mission. My forever grudge. I probably won't though, because I can't let that be my focus. But in an alternative, if an idea ever did come up and it felt worth it to me, I might do it. Where's my horizon line? My horizon's right here. Can't tell? Can you not tell that that's a horizon? That is a horizon. I'm telling you, it's a horizon. All right, let's go like this. Where to go? Boom. And boom. And how do I tackle these other spots? I think, like, as far as where we've come since yesterday, I don't know how we're doing. 10-4. Emmett's hidden the horizon. What more details? These are the details. These are the details. It's at night, that's why. This is supposed to be a night shot with very limited details. This is supposed to be a night scene with very limited details. Okay, let's go like this. You know, we got to clean up this area here. So let's clean it up. We're going to continue using our black. Let's grab a little bit more of this black. It's going to go like this. Let's go bring this up and across. Bring this up. And that. There's these dogs that are crazy outside my door. I think after a while we're gonna need a fine line brush to really tighten these up. Yes, it's water in the foreground. Is that a wave? So this is just water. Most of the water is pretty still. It's still water. How do you paint still water? How you paint still water at nighttime? You know, I'm going to offer a challenge here to Michael and Omizu, and nobody else, only them two. Only because there's a lot of and by the way, for anybody else, like I appreciate this when they do this with sharing all of their thoughts on painting. But has either of you honestly ever painted a nighttime or evening time water in the evening time? People like, yes. By the way, it's not like a challenge, just a curious. So I really like, you know, I don't know. I want to. All right. But you know, I'm not saying that to get you both to stop trying to do my painting for me. I'm not saying that. I'm just curious. Total curiosity. You know, also to, you know, get some thoughts here. Well, Omizu has painted a storm tonight, so that's cool. If you were, you would mute your colors. But see, at least you know how you would do it, though. That's the important thing, all right? You would mute your colors, so you would mute all these colors around here, all the clouds and everything. You would mute all of that. You would, because this is an evening scene. The sky is absolutely beautiful. Here, let me show you the photo. Let me just share y'all the photograph. Like, I know I don't always like to share the reference, because as soon as people see the reference, as soon as anybody sees the reference, their mind instantly goes to compare. And, you know, that's not always helpful. Unless you're being mentored by somebody, which, you know, oftentimes I'm mentored by Omizu, and I was thinking about painting something else into this after it's done, after I've really captured the main idea. Let's look at the photo here, just so everybody can get a glimpse. So this here, for anybody interested, is my reference photo. If y'all can see that, it is a beautiful night scene, but it's like at night, but also during the day. How are we looking? Let's actually compare on screen. I think there's a lot more blues. There's a lot more blues on this. It's a little bit too bright right now. Let the screen adjust. If I could capture that, that would be pretty beautiful, right? So let's look at this. You can see where let's try to block this. This is the image that I'm looking at. Is it focusing? Can y'all see that? Oh gosh, this angle here. Stupid light. Maybe if I turn it downwards. So that's the image. You can see the clouds. But there's a lot of beautiful colors in it, purples and blues and greens, but now I can see the values a little bit better now, which is nice. Grab the Theo blue. Michael Wilbur says he's my mentor. I should sign Michael Wilbur's name to every single one of my paintings, because he's my mentor. Let me see. I should organize my paints, by the way. You know, let's take a few moments to organize some paint. I have a big old box of paints here. Some of them, a lot of stuff that's in boxes, in little boxes. So I bought a bunch of these Charvin oil paints in big tubes. You have small tubes and big and little boxes and big boxes. This box can sit. This box is empty. This box is not empty. Try to find the empty boxes. Get rid of some of them first. What is this? This is garbage. This needs to go in the garbage. Leave that here for now. Oh, I have way too much paint. Way too much. Can you ever have too much paint? Yes, you can. All right, so how do I organize this? Let me get rid of these. Let me put these big tubes up here first. And I want to stack. So, let's just go through some of my paints. We got some Charvin oil colors. I got a nice little collection of yellows because I was really just curious about playing with yellow. Unfortunately, there's no yellow in this painting, really. So I haven't really had a chance. We got our Winsor Newton. I think, I'm just going to review some paints while I'm going at this. Thank you, Omizu. Wow, Omizu said great job so far. He didn't. Can you believe that? Oh my goodness. Omizu shared a compliment without a joke. Oh my goodness. Let's screenshot this so we can have an eternity of complimentation. So I'm going to take a few minutes and we're going to review some paints here. I'm not going to not get too crazy with this, but let's start like this. I was starting to run out of my yellows, my yellow Winsor Newton, and this is a really great like middle starter brand, Winsor and Newton, because it's so easily accessible. And of course, whatever, you should always buy the best paint that you possibly can. So, but I love Winsor Newton because it's so easily accessible. And I was running out of that, so I got this case of 4 Charvin paints. They come in packs of 4, and it's like 4 different yellows, so you get like 4 shades of yellow. Don Drell says, finally, I'm not copying someone's painting. Yes, that's right. That's right. What's up, dude? So, stop squeezing my tubes. About his direction. That's hilarious. All right. So, got some Charvin oil paints. Working with this fine oil color. Yes, we got a deep French yellow. I'm not going to open all these because I want to keep some of these boxes closed for now. But I do need to organize this big old box of paints that I have. So, let me see here. How do I start this without creating chaos? Does that fit? No, that does not fit sideways. I have to fit it in the long ways. But I haven't yet tested the Charvin oil paints. So I'm excited about that when I finally get the opportunity to do that. I might do it soon. But as Don Drell has said, what's up, Don Drell? I was at Venice the other day. I tried looking for you. I walked up to, I guess there's the whole area with, I walked up to, there's like a little shopping, like an apartment complex on the right side. Can't really remember what the name was in Venice. Couldn't find you. This was like on, was it Wednesday? Maybe like last Wednesday or something. Try to find you. Try to say hello. What's up, dude? Oh my goodness. My box is paints. I have too much paint. I need to not buy paint for the rest of the year. Cat hair. I need to not buy any paint for the rest of the year. That's my goal. All right, let's see. Yeah, I think it's called the gingerbread court. Yeah, I walked up to there. I didn't quite catch you, but I think it's like Wednesday or Thursday. Wednesday or Tuesday. Earlier last week. Here's an eraser. I found an eraser. Can't erase a painting. Spot right near there, just only. Oh, you only go on weekends. Okay. Yeah, I guess the weekends are the best days, huh? Okay. So getting some of my tubes settled. So these are ones that are still closed. Let me see if I can pop my Chardons in here. So of course I've used a lot of Winton colors. You know what I do like about Winton is you never feel too precious with Winsor and Newton Winton colors. Plus, you know, I try not to say anything negative about any of the companies that I buy stuff from. So I'm going to turn a negative into a positive. Historically, my Winsor and Newton tubes have all had holes. My blue, let's see, this is my blue. My blue has a hole up here. You can tell because the oil's pouring out and it's all sticky. My ivory black hasn't had a hole yet, but my yellow had a hole. My gray didn't have a hole. I had another brown that had a hole. But historically, my Winsor Newton tubes have holes. But let's look at the positives of that. So Winsor Newton, very easily accessible. You can find them, you know, in pretty much any store that sells paint, oil paint. You can find them in pretty much any store. So that's great, right? It's just easily accessible. If you ever need it, bam. And what's also great is because the tubes have holes, you feel pressure to use them. Oh yeah, my black has a hole right at the top too. Like it can't be at the bottom where I can like squeeze it out. It has to be at the top. That's annoying. But anyway, you know, I think your spot is right. Yeah, so I'll have to remember to go on a weekend then. Try to find the gingerbread court. My cat hair's getting on my face now. But Winsor Newton, right? Easily accessible. And, you know, I do try to find the positive of it, of getting these holes in your paints, is the idea that if you have a hole in your paint, you're going to be more inclined to use it. And you won't feel too precious with it. You won't feel like oh, well, I have to preserve this paint because it's, you know, so rare. Which means that you're more likely to experiment. You're more likely to push yourself to try new things. You're more likely to just not be afraid to paint. Because you do have the pressure of using it up. I think that's a good thing. I think that is a good thing to feel like you have to use your paint. Because oil paint really lasts a long time. If it stays fresh in a tube, if it stays in a tube and you don't constantly open it, it lasts a very, very long time. Supposedly, from what I hear. I haven't actually tested that over many years, but it sounds true. As long as you keep it in a tube and it's sealed, supposedly oil paint will last for a very long time. And with that said, organize these. Got all these small tubes. Let me see here. Let me get pop out this. Let's look at some other brands right now. So this is a brand that I got on sale. This is Michael Harding brand. I got it on sale. I don't remember where from, but Michael Harding, supposedly like colors like this, I might be a little bit less inclined to use right away because they only come in 40 milliliter tubes. I might be a little bit more precious with them. But Winsor & Newton, pop it on no canvas, experimental pieces, love it. You know, just experiment, mess around. Don't be shy with your paints. And let's see, we got Gamblin. So I did a nice little review of our Gamblins recently. So this is a set of Gamblin, just artist oil colors. And I got a set of 24 of these. So Gamblin, there's a difference. Let's look at Gamblin versus Gamblin 1980. So Gamblin has two versions of paint. They got Gamblin and Gamblin 1980. So Gamblin 1980, I believe what they do, I mean, I imagine that the quality of pigment is still there. But I think with the 1980s, supposedly they use more fillers, which aren't always a bad thing. But you know, you usually with oil paints, you know, you're paying more for the pigment itself. So there are brands that will just use lots of filler, and you get less pigment. But that's not a bad thing. Sometimes it's good to have a creamy paint that's just wet and ready to go. So that's a look at Gamblin, our Gamblin brand. And I think Gamblin 1980 is probably like a great intro into, you know, good professional artist colors, good solid artist colors. And then Georgian I like a lot. I've got 2 tubes of their whites. I got 2 tubes of their titanium white. And sometimes you want tubes, sometimes you want paint that's like good for mixing colors, and then sometimes you want paint that's like, you know, that you don't mind, that you're only using to like top off the main painting, you know. So organizing my paints right now, so as we go through these, kind of take an inventory of what I have, which is way too much. Do you ever have way too many paints? Yes. I need to organize my big tubes with a little bit differently than my small tubes. Yeah, those of you tuning in now, I mean, of course, Don Drell is an artist. He's the most successful artist on Venice Beach, in Venice Beach. Here right now on this live stream. There you go. And Omizu Paints, one of the top artists out of Iowa. Celebrity artist, straight out of, is it Iowa or Minnesota? I don't know if he's from Iowa or Minnesota. That's right. And Michael Wilbur, the iconic official artist of a Chevron bathroom somewhere. According to him, I'm not making fun of him. I'm just using his own joke. Okay. Here we go. I'm gonna grab. Let's organize that. Let's try to get the paints that have been used. Try to pull them out here. So this yellow I gotta use up. This blue. This Charbon's pretty new, so I don't need that. I don't need that yet. This is used. This is not used. I could put that in here. This is used. Should grab that. Let's see. This is used. I grab the Lucas. This Lucas yellow can stay in here. So I use Lucas is another oil color. So supposedly Lucas doesn't use. Let's see. They do something with their paint. They do something with their paint that makes it different. Can't remember exactly. But Gambling 1980. Gambling and Gambling 1980 are my brands. Another like this brand is made in Brooklyn, Utrecht. I like their paints. I use them for a lot of because there's this company called Blick. Blick is a popular art store out in Los Angeles. I don't know if they're everywhere, but they're who you go to if you want to find unique colors that you can't find in other places. Let's see what else we got a bunch more, but I'm not going to review everything. It's a lot. I have too many paints. Anytime I see a sale, I can't help but buy some. And here's the thing, like, you don't need this many colors. There's people who swear by the fact that you only need red, white, black, red, blue, and yellow, because they're the primary colors, and from those colors you could technically mix anything. I don't actually believe that it's not useful though, because here's the thing is, unless you're really good at mixing color, you're gonna end up wasting so much paint if you have to mix every single color. Like if I have to mix, honestly, I don't think you can actually mix your own quinacridone violet. But if you have to mix your own quinacridone violet, or you have to mix your own blush rose, and you can't actually mix a cad yellow light because, it's just like, you could have a similar color, but this is like a neon yellow. Like a lot of these colors, more modern pigments are really difficult to mix. So there are a lot of colors that you can't really mix with red, blue, or yellow. You could try, you could get something very close, but I don't think those are the colors you need. So anytime I see a sale, I just can't help but like try to get new colors. One of my favorite things when I first started painting, I had this paint set that had like 42 different colors, and I absolutely loved that set of paints because I could just experiment with as many colors as I wanted. So let's see, sketches and threads. You sort through your acrylics exactly the same way. You inherited a few old ones that need to be used first. Also agree with what I said earlier, that you should want to use all your paint. You grabbed a few nice tubes of acrylic on clearance last winter. Fantastic. Hey, well, thanks for sharing that. Thanks for letting me sharing your story with us. Very much appreciated. I love hearing other artists' stories. So sketches and threads, if you can't figure out what sketches and threads does, well, he, she, they do sketches. And they probably do something with threads too. There you go. There is the answer. So if you want, by the way, this live stream is totally open to outside plugs. So if you want to have me plug your channel, just let me know. Just be like, yo, dude, yeah, plug my channel. But the only catch is, the reason why I actually even ask, otherwise I would just dive right in and be like, hey, everybody check out the channel. The only reason why I ask is, of course, sometimes people don't care, but if some people care. But of course, like if you're live streaming, you shouldn't, be afraid of other people plugging your channel. But more importantly, if you're under the age of 18, I won't plug your channel. Even though I already kind of like mentioned you, I won't actually like, give you a send directly. So if you have not launched your channel yet, but it's definitely okay. Cool. Knit, paint, crochet, all the great things. Fantastic. All right. Well, we can always circle back to that. But hey, at least you got the brand. That's the hardest part for me. Oh, well, sketches and threads says that she's a girl, by the way. Perfect. Okay, cool. So meet in this canvas. All right, so someone just visited and was interested in understanding this the median enlarged heavy duty canvas here. So let's actually talk about this canvas that I'm working on. This is actually a pretty small painting. I think it's about 18 by 24. Does that look about 2 feet? Looks a little less than 2 feet actually. 18 by 24. I'm just going to go with 18 by 24. Now let's take a look at the ceiling here. So those of you on my live stream, you can see this is almost touching my ceiling. And this canvas here is almost touching my ceiling. Like it's way up there. It is way up there. And this painting is pretty small for this canvas. This is a fairly small painting for this canvas here. Trying to adjust my... Yeah, I mean, so far this has been a great trying to adjust this camera too. Here we go. I can't really see the bottom anymore for some reason. But this easel. This easel, I did a setup the other day. So now, if you're wondering, if you're looking at this easel, I will say, it does take a little bit of time to set up. Now, obviously, if you have someone set it up for you, that's great. I'm sure everybody has someone in their life that if you gave them 20 bucks, they would probably be willing to set up this easel. But I did it on live stream with talking and playing with my cats, and reading the instructions, and only have a very limited space from which to work. It took about 2.5 hours of setup, maybe 3. I can't remember exactly. So there is some setup involved, but there's not too many canvases that are already pre-made. Like this one, there's 2 canvases. So I use this one now exclusively. So this is a French travel easel. I use this exclusively for plein air painting, like painting outdoors. It has these legs on it, if you could see. It's got these legs that you extend out, and you have a 3-leg easel. And I use that exclusively for plein air paintings, like going outdoors. I was working with that, but here's the problem with that, having that in my apartment is, we're pretty limited on space here. And honestly, this easel is less intrusive than the other one. The other one, is more practical, but this one is a little less intrusive because it's more like cubic. The other one has like a leg that sticks out. So, imagine like 2 legs in the front here, and then 1 leg popping out in the back. So like 2 legs in the front, 1 leg popping out back here, and it just like sticks on the ground. There's just a random leg just sticking out on the ground. It can be very intrusive, and people can easily trip on it, which, I've tripped on it. I keep itching my face because I have cat hair somehow getting all over me. My face is a magnet for cat hair. All right, but this easel has been pretty great so far. It goes up to, I believe, I don't remember this version, if it's 84 or 86 inches. So it goes, 86 inches, I mean, that's almost like 6 feet, right? How much is 6 feet? 36.72. So it's more than 6 feet. So if you ever plan on painting anything more than 6 feet, this will be great. And I'm working my way up to that. My next size up, my biggest painting so far is about 48. So 4 feet. But I only went wide. I haven't gone tall yet, or height-wise. So we'll see. I'm still working my way up. I like to build up, but that's why I like to have a lot of extra paint. It's great to have a lot of extra paint because you can always be ready with your source materials to move up. And honestly, I feel like I'm ready to start another painting. My easel's nice, heavy and professional. Very limited space, so you've been lightweight display easel over years. You need to be able to fold it up and move it around quickly. Yeah. No, that's so here's the other thing though. Even this easel, honestly, this is not an easy easel to fold up and pack up quickly. This easel right here does not pack up, but I don't know. Oh yeah, but this does roll around, which is great. So I can actually like hide it in this little crevice that I have right here where I'm standing. So when I stop streaming, where I'm standing right now is where I kind of push this to get it out of the way. But it is, depending on your space and what you're working with, definitely it can be a challenge. It could be a challenge. And let me think here. Let me think. What else? Oh yeah. I don't know, like Windsor Newton, Utrecht. I'm constantly using my earlier tubes, kind of like first in, first out type thing. First tube in, first tube out. Got to think about that. So let's add some more ultramarine blue. Again, it's actually great to have tubes that get holes in them because, you're just like, all right, I got to get rid of that tube. Even though it's annoying that this company keeps giving me tubes that have holes or that get holes, you're just like, all right, I got to get rid of them. That's it. Because I've already had them so long that I can't return it. Now let's see if this hole has sealed up. This is a fun little experiment. Has this hole sealed up? It has not totally sealed up. Well, let's go squeeze out some of this black here. Get some more black. Oh. Well, here's some good news. When I open the top here, so when I open the top of this tube, in case anyone's ever curious about whether holes in a tube seals up, when I open the top here and I squeeze it out, just a tiny bit came out of the hole, which means the majority of the hole, which is pretty big, it's like a centimeter big hole, centimeter big hole. It definitely has sealed. And Amizu says I should put a pirate ship. Yes, awesome idea, dude. I will do that. I will do something like that. I will find a pirate ship from which to paint. Pirate ship. And I really like that Amizu said this because the other day I was reading this other great book. Here, let me share another. Let me put one book away and bring one book out. Let me see. Here's a great book. It's called Imaginative Realism by James Gurney. He's the creator of Dinotopia. And this whole book is really just about how to create just like from your imagination. I mean, obviously he uses references. Obviously he's got a great imagination, amazing, talented artist. Pretty much all of these paintings are his own. A man who dedicated his entire life to just painting from the imagination. And I was going through this and I was like, I really should, on my next painting, I want to add something that's not in the image, but also that's not like abstracted. So I got to figure that out. I don't necessarily know if I'm going to copy Omizu's idea and just paint a pirate ship, but I like that idea. I like the idea of painting a pirate ship. All this paint right here, I got a bunch of wet paint. So this is a great easel. I do like it. You could set it. It's pretty sturdy. Now you do have to make sure. So occasionally, you do have to make sure that you get used to these locks. So there's a lock up there, a little lock for this piece right here. This little piece that comes up and down. So there's a little lock for that. And then there's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's 6 other total locks, 3 on the left, 3 on the right, that you have to, check to make sure that they're somewhat tight. And by the way, here's another great thing. You can actually turn this entire easel horizontal. So if you want to work horizontally for whatever reason, which maybe you're doing pour art, I think it comes in really handy. But if you can actually work on everything horizontally. So we have that. Got a pirate ship in the background. Dave says, from my imagination. Yeah, pirate ship. Okay. Whew. I think I need a drink. I need a drink of something. Let me take off these gloves and get a beverage. I talk to my cat like a human being. He understands. I think the only reason why cats can't talk back is because they don't have the vocal cords. They don't have the vocal cords necessary. Not because they're not smart enough. It's just they don't have the physical ability. All right, let's see here. I'll take a quick break, check my text messages before I put on some gloves again. I've gone through a lot of gloves today. Gone through a lot of gloves. All right, Dave. All right, Dave is here. Old school Dave. What makes Dave old school? Dave, how are you old school? What makes you old school? Can you share that with us? Or is it not for this live stream? Is it controversial? Maybe I should start researching pirate ships. I think, let me see, pirate ships. So how would I pull up a reference here? Let's go like this. So let's actually talk about references. This is important. So I don't use AI for references. Ziplist.co. I use this website. Actually, they actually got a different domain name. But I used to use this domain name called ziplist.co. That's ziplist.co. And what that is that's, let me put my gloves on actually. I can scroll my phone with my gloves on, just in case I need to start painting right away or whatever. But I use this website called ziplist.co. That's ziplist.co. However, it looks like they got bought out by a company named designbro.com. So I've never used designbro.com, but it looks like the same website. So it's 97 amazing freebie sites for founders, makers, side hustlers, and entrepreneurs where people post their photography and ideas. And although I'm saying I don't use AI, I am saying that yes, sometimes I use other people's photos. Now, if you're against that, I don't know what to tell you. It is a commonly done thing. Or I guess the truest of artists would actually go out, maybe sketch their own pirate ship, go find a pirate ship in their local neighborhood and like take a photo of it and then do it themselves and get that photo and use that photo. That would be the most ethical, self-made, creative way. The next best thing is that there are websites out there that if you need a reference and you don't want to paint it from imagination, that have free images that you can actually like use as a reference. So, technically you could use these images to do whatever you want, but I'm just using them as a way to study a subject as a photo for painting. So, for example, let's go. So you got Pexels. Well, actually, Dolly 2. Dolly 2 is AI, so I'm not going to use that. Let's just check out Pixabay here. So Pixabay. This is on this designbro.com website. And let's just see if they have anything about a pirate ship. I don't know how I'm going to paint it at night, though, because let's see what they... Oh, yeah, they got pirate ships. Look at that. They got one pirate ship. They got a pirate. They got a couple pirate ships. So I could just pull up any of these pirate ships and use it as a reference. Oh, there's a pirate. There's a pirate. So how would we... I'll probably have to sleep on this. But I'll have to figure out, what pirate ship I can actually include. I was thinking about a lighthouse more than a pirate ship. I wanted to keep it subtle, but I might have to go with the pirate ship in the background. That's not a pirate ship. But also, because it's dark, I got to figure out how to, how detailed I want this ship. Because it's also close to shore and all that. But I might challenge myself. I did want to challenge myself by putting something into here that wasn't in the original photo. I don't usually do that. I usually just stick with what I see. Let's go pirate ship. This is adult content, so we're not gonna pull that up now. Let's see what else. So yeah, all sorts of reference images of pirate ships, and supposedly from Pixabay.com, you want to look at the actual license that they provide. So let's go tap this image and just see what the license is. I always go look at the license. So this is actually an AI generated royalty-free stock illustration. Wow. So now we've got a dilemma here. But we've got a real dilemma though. If someone takes AI and then offers the image up for free as a reference and you use that reference, is that unethical? That's the AI discussion. Now, obviously, if I was to use AI as my reference generator, someone would probably complain. Someone would be like, oh, you used AI to come up with a reference. You didn't go out and find your own pirate ship to paint or to take a photo of. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm for AI. I like AI. I'm not against AI, but I'm, for the ethical use. I definitely believe in the ethical use of AI, which, primarily that basically means using AI for research, for study, for answering questions, but not necessarily to make artwork. And that I consider fairly broad and depends on the situation. But I know there are some hardcore anti-AIists that no use of AI is acceptable. So there we go. But pirate ships. So that was Pixabay. Let's look at another one. Free pick. Now let's try Burst. No, not Burst. Let's just go to Pexels. Pexels is a big one. Let's look for pirate ship. Accept cookies. All right, here's one here. Well, at least it tells you it's AI generated. Let's see. Does this say AI generated? This does not say AI generated, but it's free to use. The license is free to use CC0. Free to use CC0. So this is how I get references sometimes. Not all the time, but I think this is an ethical way to source a reference. If you can't find your own pirate ship, you know, to use a photo that is ethically sourced. If we just use a silhouette, you know, I'm thinking we could probably build a silhouette like right here. You know, build a nice little silhouette right here. Nice little pirate ship silhouette. This might be a good one. Now, build a maquette of a pirate ship. Right. Now, here's the other thing. Now, this is probably the most ethical way, right? Well, I guess the first most ethical way is going out, finding your own source, taking a photo of it, using that as a reference. The next level, I think, well, the first level would be building your own pirate ship. Not even a maquette, just literally building an entire pirate ship. And then taking a photo of it, and then ethically disposing of that pirate ship or selling it ethically so that there's no waste. And that's the most ethical way. The second would be actually finding a pirate ship, taking a photo of it, and then using that as a reference. The third way would be, I think, finding photos that are in the Creative Commons. So, you know, any of these that allow you for commercial use. The fourth way is just going on Google and just picking any photo and then hoping that you transform it enough that you don't get any copyright violations. So let's go pirate ship images. So here we go. So this will be the fourth. I can't say that this is the way to do it. But like, there's a way you could go free to use and share. You can actually do that as a setting. But I didn't do that. But look at all these pirate ships. I'm sure that there's at least 1,000 artists out there that just do it this way. They just go to Google, grab a photo of a pirate ship, and just use it without checking the licenses. I tend to, you know, go to actually go to free to use and share, and then try to find one of these as my references. I try to do it a little bit more ethically. But sometimes that can take a lot of time. So, I don't know. I still haven't picked a pirate ship. Maybe I won't tonight. I need to think on this. I can't do this right here. But there we go. The ethics of sourcing materials. And if you are new to art, if you're new to painting, it's a thing, you know. Finding source materials is a thing. Creating your own source materials is a thing. And let's try to come in with our blue again. So I'm going back to, we're going back some painting. Let's see how we can find some highlights along our So this is probably going to be one of my most challenging paintings, because I've intensely avoided painting clouds and water, because I feel like I could do it. I just do not feel as if I get the full fulfillment that I get from any other painting style. But here we are. I'm pushing myself. I'm challenging myself. I'm testing out my personal limits as far as painting goes. I think it's turning out okay. I actually think it's turning out okay. Still got more work, but it's looking all right. So let's actually grab this color. I like this color that we got right now. And, a bit darker. Grab a hint of red here. Grab a hint of red just to redden it just a bit. What's wrong with, nothing wrong with straying a little bit from what we're doing. So getting a little bit of a deep purple. And where I feel is my challenge right now is this section right here, because there's just like so much going on here, like clouds on top of clouds on top of clouds. I'm just trying to find the right organization of these colors, these sections. And here we go. And let's go right into here. Let's start to bring in some of this darkened shadow color here. Shadows of the clouds, because like I think the way the sun was, these parts are the part of the cloud that are facing away from the sun. I think that's the only reason why we see darker or lighter areas of a cloud isn't because of the rain that's on it, but because of where the sun is located. That's my theory. I'm probably right, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Do I know how to scumble? Well, I can't scumble now because this painting's too wet to really drag my dry brush over. This painting's too sticky because yeah, it's just too sticky. I know I do scumbling when, like, you know, just taking a dry brush, a little paint, and you just like slide it over. I think it works with drier paint. But my paint is still wet and sticky, as it should be, right? Paint should be sticky, but it's just, that's the other thing though about scumbling. It would be fun to experiment with more, but I don't do as much scumbling because usually I think the timelines for when I paint don't always allow for scumbling. Unless I come back to this later. All right. So we're just building up the clouds, the sections, everything. I think the clouds up here look pretty wild, but that actually looks kind of realistic, right? Like, that doesn't look unrealistic. It doesn't look wrong. Just, how do I make this just right? It's finding the right combination of our expression with all right, and here we go. Let's grab some lighter blues here. We're gonna go for light blue. Amit portraits. All right, Amit. Hello, Amit. Anytime I've met a lot of people named Amit in the past few years, and they all, not all, but a lot of them like to say, "Hey, we have a very similar name," because I go by Emmett, and I feel like Emmett is a version of Amit, but just from a different area of the world. So welcome, Amit. I'm gonna try to find, let's see, in here, what is this section right here? This section is right here, so we need to go. Go like this. And we're gonna come right into here. We need to reduce some of the shading into here. Let's see, we're gonna bring some of this right around. You also love to draw. He's a doppelganger. All right. Thank you. So Amit is here from India. Very wonderful. It's so great to have viewers from all over the entire planet. India. I don't get too many viewers from African countries. I can't say I've had anyone introduce themselves as from like Nigeria or Ghana. South Africa, I know Josh is from South Africa, which is great. But I don't get too many visitors from any of the but I do get a lot of viewers from India, which is awesome. It's great. Very cool. And I guess it's it's like early, right? Because I have another. I think my stream time usually when I get the most people from India is usually in the mornings. Very cool. All right. We're broadcasting straight from Burbank, California to the entire world. Hey, thanks, Amit. By the way, Amit, if you're over the age of 18, if you are over the age of 18, I'm happy to plug your social media handles, any products or portraits or artwork that you want people to see or hear about. I'm happy to plug those channels for you. By plug, I mean talk about them, pull them up on here. But you have to be over the age of 18. If you're not over the age of 18 and I pull it up, I will be upset at you. But that's why if you're over the age of 18, I'm happy to give you a wonderful... Oh, okay, well, hey, you don't have to tell me your age. Just if you want, we could pull up. So what channel do you want? Do you want me to pull up your YouTube channel, or do you want me to pull up something else? Your Instagram? What would be the most impressive thing? What would be the most impressive thing to share with the world? The entire universe. This broadcast is going out to the entire universe. I might as well be, if there's aliens, if there are aliens out there, I might as well be the resident artist spokesperson for the entire planet, because I'm constantly addressing the aliens. I'm probably the only live streamer that's constantly addressing aliens that live in another galaxy, if they live there, right? Like even Joe Rogan doesn't go, hey, well, you know, aliens, if you're out there. I should be the planet art ambassador if there's ever aliens. Okay, enough about aliens. I sound crazy. So let's go Amit Portraits. We're gonna go on Instagram here. Let's pull up Amit Portraits. Here we go. So Amit Portraits. Let's go ahead and give him follow. And let's see. All right, look at that. Look, some great paintings. I don't know who these. So this is someone that's like a friend of yours that you surprise with your artwork. I'm sure she's very important to you. Very cool. Look at that. Oh yeah, so you do landscapes too as well. I see. A nice little postcard. Ducks and animals and hand and sketch. Look at that. Look at how great that is. It must be a family member. Very cool. So those are Amit portraits. You've seen them here. You've seen them now. Amit portraits on this live stream. So let's go like this. We're gonna pop right here. So yes, I love the internet. If an alien ever presents themselves onto a live stream and identifies themselves as an alien, I hope that I have the very first channel that they come to contact with. I welcome everyone across the entire universe to view this live stream. Message to the aliens. Is it weird? Is it weird to believe in aliens at this time in our like history, in our human? Is it unusual or like am I crazy to do that or what? Is it insanity? Maybe it's just weird to talk about aliens way too much. Maybe it's just weird to talk about aliens. It's like okay to believe in them, but it's not okay to like think that welcoming them to this live stream is helpful in any way. If aliens were not there, then what is Area 52 about? That's a great question. Hey, Amit, since you live in India, I'm really curious. Like in America, you know, we all see Area 52, but like, how do you feel that the typical person in India feels about Area 50 or Area 51? I'm sure we probably all feel the same way. Like, what is it? But like, you know, there's an entire culture in the United States of like, you know, people trying to like go up as close to Area 51 as possible. You know, like in the area of Area 51 is a lot of people who are just in love with the whole idea of aliens. They're just obsessed with alien life, and just out of curiosity, like, is that the same in India? Like the people in India, is there like a culture anywhere in India where they're as obsessed with aliens as some Americans can be, especially the ones that live near Area 51? United by aliens. Yeah. I mean, we all think something weird in that place. But like, in America, there is an entire subculture of people who are like seriously preparing for aliens. I mean, I feel weird even talking about aliens because what if they do come? What actually happens if aliens actually introduce themselves? What if they never introduce themselves? I would love to know more about aliens. Time to go off on another tangent. I'm not allowed to talk about painting. I mean, I'm not allowed to talk about aliens, right? Because this is a painting channel, but here we are. Here we are. Should I draw an alien? Instead of a spaceship, I should just draw an alien, a UFO. Oh, Mizu. It is more likely that a UFO is probably here in this painting. You've never seen Area 52. That's already happened. That's why there's Area 51. So, Amit, do you have, do they have crop circles? Do they talk about crop circles in India? I don't know if you know what a crop circle is, but do they ever talk about those in India? And I know, like, in America, a crop circle has already been debunked as, like, alien presence because, you know, it's so easy to make if you're a human. But, aliens. Aliens, bro. Aliens. Let's go. There is a whole subculture in life for people who love aliens. And you know, I'm not like an alien fanatic. But maybe that's the best, that would be the best person for an alien to visit, right? To have a conversation with is someone who's not a fanatic. You just need someone who's like someone who's less of a fanatic. I don't want to deal with a fanatic. Alien engravings in ancient temples. Yeah, I've heard of those. It's just so hard to know like what's real and you know what's not. Until then, until the aliens arrive, I've got painting. There's got to be someone alive that every single day they wake up and they try to send out a message to contact aliens. I wonder who that person is. I want to read about them this evening. Hey, what's up? What's up, Scout? I mean, some people believe cats are aliens. Do I know what your belief is? I do not know what your beliefs are. That's why I ask a lot of questions. Our galaxy is just a small part of the universe. That's right. A lot more galaxies for sure. There'll be a lot more breeds of people. Landscape is coming around. Awesome. Well, thanks so much. Yeah, it's definitely. I like where this is coming. Where this is going. So I think the biggest challenge right now for me for this painting that I have to work through is finding. I should paint an alien spacecraft emerging from the water, dude. Yes. That could be a recurring theme in my paintings as aliens. Some people say cats are aliens. All right. You know, once you painted fishes in the sky and birds in the water, you think it sense alien activities. Fish in the sky and birds in the water. Yes. That's a good idea. I can't take your idea now, but all right. Well, you know what? We've got this painting. We're painting clouds. Why not use this Mark Maggiore brush here? Let's see what we can do with this fine tip brush. So I'm gonna paint. We'll go with some darker tones here. Let's just try to find some little shadows into our section right here. So we're gonna go. Let's go. We're gonna go. Probably blend this down a little bit. Let's see. Here's a question. Let's say aliens do exist. Do people believe? Disturb the beautiful view of my painting. This master. Oh well. Hey, thank you. Maybe. Well, you know what? Let me see. What if I lower this? Actually, you know what? Let me rotate. Oh, there we go. Right. That's better, isn't it? So let's say aliens do exist. Do we think that if they do exist, whether we will unite, humans will be more united, or do you think humans will be more separated than ever? Will humans be united by aliens or separated? And here's like, why do people never talk about? I never hear like random conversations about aliens. It's just like, it's an interesting subject. All right, let's see how we're gonna work this. We're gonna come across the top here. We're gonna create a little bit of blending around the top of these clouds. And let's go here into here. We're gonna create some cloud space. Some differentiated cloud shadow. It feels so weird that I can't just stop painting and go watch my TV. Again, for those of you that are tuning in a little later, my TV broke yesterday. Our TV broke. And we don't know if we're going to buy a new one. I kind of like this idea of not having a TV. And it makes me wonder if, you know, if it's possible to live without it, right? Like, will we go crazy? We're gonna go insane without a TV. Omizu says his best friend is an alien. Okay. Prove it, Omizu. Tell us what planet they're from. If your friend is really an alien, what planet are they from, huh? Huh? Bet you can't tell us that because it's probably not true. Probably ain't true. Let's try to find this piece right here. We're gonna go right into here. Add some shadow right here. why you don't hear about aliens. Will there be any seagulls in the sky? No, no seagulls. We're not doing any seagulls. Like, all this talk about aliens makes me want to go watch a movie about aliens. Right now, I know that's not possible unless I watch from my laptop, which, you know, I don't feel like setting on my laptop. All right, so this is like a pink. I need a bright yellow here. I'm trying to find a bright. I'm trying to find some yellows. Let's try to find some even brighter highlights around. Let's go. And so I started talking about aliens so much that I feel like I've lost concentration from painting. Enough about aliens. Let's get back to painting. I think we're really starting to build up some of the details, even though some is a little crazy. Go watch Indiana Jones and a Crystal Skull. Always watch your movies on your laptop. You don't like TV. So much ads and stuff. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of ads now. So many ads. So I'm adding. So what is happening right now? Let's talk about painting. Get back to our painting conversation. Right now, I'm just adding in these some more cloud details. These clouds have like a red glow about them. So I'm mixing in a variety of like highlights just to give it a bit more of a defined texture. You know, we're giving a little bit more variety in the clouds. I feel like looking at it up close doesn't look that impressive, but actually looking at it from the camera actually doesn't look too bad. I'm actually surprised. Looks pretty decent from the camera. I'm gonna add a little bit of a. I'm gonna add this right here. Let's bring this. So, Amit, what's your next masterpiece? What you got planned for your next masterpiece? Doing a portrait for your lady? Let's go right here. Really starting to get some more luster in the skies. A deep forest scene. Does it feel wrong to paint imaginary places and spaces? What do you mean for me personally, Umizu, or are you asking just like, are you just throwing out a philosophical question? Or what do you mean by does it feel wrong? Is this like a philosophical question, or what where's this question coming from? What are you doing? Causing a ruckus? Like, it doesn't feel wrong to me to paint. Oh, to paint imaginary places and spaces? It's a funny question because I haven't really thought about it. I don't know. It doesn't. I mean, my guess is that it doesn't feel wrong, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't think it would feel wrong, but I really can't know unless I actually try to test it out myself. But also, I don't think I've ever like I don't think I've ever painted an imaginary place or painted an imaginary place or space. Or do you mean just like painting imaginary spaces in general? Like, if I was just start painting and just paint something imaginary that's a location, or do you mean like a real serious painting, like, you know, like you putting a bunch of references together and then making up like a universe or something? What do you? It's like hard for me to answer this question because I don't usually paint imaginary places, so I'm not sure. But then it's also like I don't know how to answer because I'm like, why would anyone feel weird about painting? Feel uncomfortable with painting an imaginary space? I'm amused at the question. I'm just trying to get a grasp of the idea here. I like where this is going. There's a lot of variety in our sky here. Honestly, I might even just like take where it's at right now and like call it a day, you know? So, so you imagine rays of hope coming straight into the sea. I mean, they kind of are. They kind of are these little rays of hope. I think as far as like the feel of this painting, I think it actually captures what I'm seeing pretty well. There's a couple little sections. I just got to keep pushing. Just push a little bit further. Just a little bit further here. All right, we're gonna make some areas up right here. We're gonna go like that. Omizu. I think Omizu does paint a lot of them. Omizu, out of all the people, I think paints lots and lots of imaginary things. Myself, I do not paint lots and lots of imaginary things. Most of my paintings are actually just like things that I actually see. You know, I do a lot of like plein air painting, like painting outdoors and stuff. So I can't really say I do paint a lot of imaginary places. Now I will use a style to transform my paintings, but I wouldn't say that I actually like, you know, paint imaginary things. So I did share the reference a little while ago. And I like where this painting's at. Just trying to figure out some good old final details here. Let's clean off this brush. I like this no TV thing. I don't have an out. So you want the reference? You want me to send you an image of the reference so you could do it in pastels? You want to make a pastel version? I can send it to you later. Can't do it right now. And right now the goal is to feel these trees, to make these trees feel a bit more natural. by spreading out some leaves here. Yeah, I could share the photo with you later. We'll do that. We'll send it over in a little bit. Try to find some of these lines here, but we're gonna go. I think I'm trying too hard to get it too much realism is make it too cartoony. Do a lot of stuff. Yeah, Omizu's imagination. He has a thriving. I think Omizu has a thriving imagination. Omizu's imagination is thriving. I don't know how many times I'm gonna have to repaint this ocean, but let me see here. So I guess I'm calling this a TV fast. I remember a few years ago I actually did a 5-day full fast. So I only drank water and no calorie tea for 5 days. So I did a full 5-day fast. No calories, 0 calories over the course of 5 days. I only drank 0 calorie tea and water for however many hours that entails is 5 days, right? And I did that. It was really interesting. But not having this TV almost feels the same way. This is gonna sound really weird, but the one of the most interesting things that happened to me that I realized when I was doing the 5-day fast was realizing how much I eat for fun, just to pass the time, versus how much I eat because I need to. And what I mean by that is, if you I'll be like at work or at something, at some event, and it just feels comfortable, right? Just go to the food table. Go to the food table and grab a bite to eat. And by the way, always speak with your doctor. I'm not suggesting anybody do this. Always talk to your doctor before you try anything insane like a 5-day fast. But what I really noticed that was the most mind-blowing thing was this idea that I eat so much just out of boredom, not because I have to, but because you just get bored and you're like, hey, I'm in town and I got 20 minutes to go before my next appointment. Why don't I just go grab a bite to eat real quick, right? Like that kind of eating. And I'm feeling like right now there's this analogous feeling of like needing TV. This analogous feeling of I'd love to just take a break right now and just go watch TV, but I can't because I don't have one. And it doesn't mean that I can't go on my smartphone and do smartphone things. Technically what I'm doing right now, right? But all right, who said hi? Why are people saying hi? Love to draw pastels. Sarah same. Do a lot of stuff from imagination. Amit has tapped the hi button. Cool. All right, so we've got some record viewership today from a 4-hour stream. Some record viewership. It's probably because it's Saturday, and people that will watch painting on a Saturday are exactly the type of people that will find my live stream. I guess, right? I guess the fact that I'm even painting on a Saturday. You really got to enjoy art to take your Saturday and that's where I love love streaming. You could find people that you could connect with, right? Like it would be very hard in real life, in person, to find people that are like, yeah, what should I do tonight? Let me talk about, do something related to painting. Let me connect with artists. They might post it on like threads, but are they actually searching for it, or are they just posting? I kind of like these like little sections that are just kind of off. These little sections of water that seem highlighted, and let's play with this a little bit more. I'm gonna come down here and. Probably need to bring this out. bring this highlight. We're going to come around here and I really do like that there's like these little blocked out sections. Little blocked out sections of light. We might keep this. Little blocked out sections of light that just Did I change the angle? No. Maybe a little bit. I bumped it a little bit, maybe. Let me see here how we can maybe build up some more gray into our space here. How do we build up some of this? What kind of gray is this? This is a darker gray. We can actually use this, find some shadows or some darker air regions for all this. Just like go in here. It's a little bit of a lighter gray than I would have wanted. Let's go like that. Let's come up here. All right, you know what, people? Oh gosh. I'm gonna push myself to go for at least another, say like 25 minutes. I'm gonna go for a 4.5 hour stream. That's my goal for tonight. It's so much easier to push myself without having a TV calling. Usually what I would do is I'd probably just turn on my TV and watch a movie, take a break and just turn off my brain. But right now, we're doing something a little different. We're just going, past our regular comfort zone. And the other thing too, so I usually stand when I paint. And part of the reason why I do that is so I know when I need to take a break. Because I feel like if I just sit, you get really comfortable and then you just get in the zone. And then you just start to just paint, and maybe you just like don't know when to stop. I honestly don't know how long, much longer I would be able to paint if I sat versus stood. Maybe a little bit longer, but I find having some way to gauge my painting endurance, aka painting while standing, I do find that very helpful. It's just beneficial, it's just helpful to know yourself. Know thyself, right? So if someone was to see this, would they think that I don't know how to paint clouds and water? That's my question. That would be my question when people, if people see this, would they have the judgment, oh, he just doesn't know how to paint clouds and water? That would be my most critical judgment, you know? What would the most critical person say for this painting? Would they like it? I mean, you can always find someone to like your paintings. But it does make me wonder, like, what would be the most critical reception of this, hypothetically? We are just going to go for a little longer. You know where I need to go? I need to pull out our light blues. Let's grab our blues here. Grab this blue, bring it down there, grab some white. I wish I could show my paint mixing more often. Let's look at my palette real quick, if anyone's curious. So here I have a palette within a palette. It's very messy, but this is a glass palette. So you've got a New Wave Posh glass palette, and then sitting inside another plastic palette. This palette I can actually seal. So every night when I'm done painting, I cover it with this sealable palette. They come together. It's the Masterson sealable palette. And it helps, depending on the paint brand that you use, it helps to get like an extra couple days out of your paints. Depending on the paint you get. Some paints dry faster than others. I've had paints last in here as long as like 2 weeks if I don't open it for 2 weeks. And some paints that only last a few days before they start, building that upper layer. So it all depends. But the great part about it is, all you need to do if you need to clean off your palette is let it dry for a couple days. If you're like, if you're like, oh, I'm not going to be able to paint for a weekend, let me just leave my palette open, let the paint dry, and then all you need to do is use a razor. So there's like a flat razor scraper, and you just scrape the paint off, comes right off, and it's almost, you can get it pretty close to super fresh. And as you can see, I have a very open palette. Open palette meaning you keep your palette open to a variety of colors versus a closed palette, not literally closed like there's a lid on it, but closed and open as in you are open to various colors versus closed or a limited palette, meaning you only have a certain certain number of colors in your palette. So a limited palette, you might be more specific with your colors or something. I don't usually paint with a limited palette, but a lot of very professional, very pro, very well-known, reputable artists do. So obviously, absolutely nothing wrong with that, right? There's nothing, no reason not to paint with a closed palette or an open palette. It all depends on you, right? Like how you want to express your idea. I think there also are some people say that you get a little bit more vibrance, but sometimes it just ends up being not vibrant. You just end up being very muddy, right? Like that's one of the dangers of having an open palette is if you aren't mixing your colors properly, things can get very muddy real quickly. Very, very muddy. So let's go like this. go bring a little bit of highlight into here. A highlight into there. And let's try to paint some highlights into our shadow areas. No, that's a little too bright. Let's see. Let's see here. We're gonna come like this. Goodbye. Hey, you take care, Amit. Take care, dude. We're almost wrapped here anyways. Just want to find a few, areas that might benefit from some more highlights. But I don't know how many more I'll find because I mean, it's looking okay. There's so much color. I'm just wondering if it's like these swirls are overwhelming, or if they're just overwhelming for the sake of overwhelming, or if they actually. I think at some level, if I'm judging my own painting, if I'm really being critical, I think it does capture my interpretation of the sky. But what I don't like about it, so I think it's doing a job, right? Like how I'm interpreting, how I'm seeing, how I'm, adding these details, I feel is a good job. But where I think some of the stuff that's going wrong is that I don't like the idea of just like having these swirls. Just kind of like, it's just too swirly. And I want to try to make it feel a bit more cohesive and less swirly. Maybe maybe the swirly is part of it all, right? Because it is chaos. It is a chaotic, very messy, very cloudy scene. A very beautiful, beautiful, beautiful camera image. Huh. It's coming out nicely. I'm liking this. I'm liking this a lot. Let's go. Come up here. Let's go. Maybe I do keep the swirls. Maybe that is my thing. All right. Okay. Let's see. Where can we find some space here? Let's go in here. Let's go. Like this. Try to find some of these blue, these little parts of our sky. About painting skies from looking at Salvador Dali. Okay, Amizu, thank you for the share, because I will definitely do that. I will definitely try that out. But obviously, you know, I think, like, I'm pretty sure Salvador Dali had a very specific, you know, approach to it. He had a method, right? To bring out the luster in this sky here. Amizu, you going live? Are you going live soon, bro? Brotato, Broski. Is Omizu gonna go live? Because after this, we should totally raid Omizu's live stream. Just raid it. Raid it. Burn it to the ground. Kidding. Don't do that, please. Omizu's live. We're gonna come down here and we're just gonna capture some of the variety of blues here. We're just gonna put these blues. You know what? One thing that I don't usually do often enough is putting colors next to each other to get an effect. That is a really, really valuable skill. You know, when you learn how to, like, not just complement colors, but just like really understand how light works and finding a way to, like, put colors next to each other to get an effect rather than trying to mix and blend the exact perfect color that you're supposed to try to get. You know, there's an art to it. There's an art to the art. Can you imagine that? So I'm taking this brush and just, like, I wouldn't call it scumbling because it's not dry enough to scumble yet. And this isn't a dry brush. I've been using it. But it is getting dragged across to get an effect. All right, we're going to be wrapping up here in about 8 minutes. Yeah, 7 minutes. Been streaming for a while now. And I need to take my break. Take a little break of poo, breaky poo. Hey. Let's go like this. We're gonna come down here. And just figuring this out here. Let's go. Where else? We're gonna come down in here. This sky needs a little bit more. Get these highlights in before we wrap up here. And I am having an issue now with this area. These areas feel a little bit too dense. There's just like too much here. Too dense with like a dark paint. I feel like it's missing a lot of character. So that's what I'm gonna try to work on right now before we finish this. Try to add some more character and maybe a couple highlights into these sections here, even if I have to make them up a little bit. Let's go with a little bit of a darker shade now. A little more of a gray. We're just going to like a subtle gray here. That might not even be the right color. Let's find our gray. Let's go down here. This might be a good color for this area. Yeah, there we go. This might be a good color. Drag it across here. Just drag it across. Get this water, get in the water effect. Let's paint this. Get this to a light blue, a lighter blue. More gray blue, I guess. Let's go light blue, light blue. Let's see. Yeah, this is a good color. So we're gonna go into here. Paint down. Why does this end here? It doesn't. That's why. It doesn't end there. That's why I'm just going to keep going. Bring this bring this like horizon color across here. And we're going with, Omizu said, I don't know if it can count as scumbling at this point because my brush has been very wet. And, you know, scumbling, typically you're going over a dry canvas and you're using a dry brush. But this brush has been used quite a bit since I started. And the canvas is pretty wet. So, you know, can I really call this scumbling? Not by the perfect definition, but like I'm, you know, just dragging this brush across. I'm not really like painting it and it's using it with its normal way. But you know what? It's like it's creating a lot of variety as far as the color tones go. And honestly, I like it. I like it. So we're gonna go like that. We're gonna try to capture some more of the subtle details in this like dark green section here. This dark green section needs more variety. It's just not enough. Not enough. All right. Well, you know what? We're gonna take a break. Well, actually, you know, we're gonna wrap for the night probably. But for those of you still here, thanks for checking it out. Thanks for checking out this live stream. Thanks for being a part of this show. Coming straight to you from Burbank, California. By the way, one thing that I love about discovering Burbank, basically it's Los Angeles, but if you ever, like, I really never realized this, but if you ever watch like old shows, like Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune, they're all filmed in Burbank. I think they're all filmed in Burbank. They're filmed around Studio City, Burbank. Straight to you from Burbank, California. Some people like to call Burbank, California, the real Hollywood. You know, as we're wrapping up, I do want to throw away some things so that we can have a better tomorrow. Otherwise, everything just gets disorganized and messy, and it doesn't help us to paint easier. All right, let's see. Okay, so that's it for now. Let's see if there's any paints So all the paints are piled up here. And for those of you that are here, thanks for tuning in. I'm gonna take a breather for the night. It's been a long day. And see everybody whenever the next time we see each other or whatever. Good night. Happy Saturday. Happy creative Saturday.